Confetti, it's a parade. Hello. I find it funny that the thumbnail has Meg and not Tori. And Tori's the one here, not Meg. Meg will be joining later.
And
Yeah, I'm just crashing.
And I was just, my brain wasn't with it yesterday when I made the thumbnail and forgot to add Tori, even though she had literally just said, I can join.
it was really funny because I was talking about it and she was like, oh yeah, it's just you, me and Meg. And I was like, and Tori. She went, no.
But by this point, I was in bed. My iPad was downstairs, and I was like, I'm not changing the thumbnail now.
No,
I'm just going to message Tori.
it's all that's needed. Tori is not going to worry about a thumbnail. Hell, half of my thumbnails for series in February, because Canva was screwing with me, didn't even have them. They just literally were the picture from YouTube, because I was like, I am not doing this every day.
It's fair. But hello, happy Saturday. No, it's not Saturday, it's Sunday. Ugh. Right. I got like over 10 hours of sleep last night. And for most people, that would reset their body and be great. My body can't handle that much sleep. So now I'm all over the place. My brain's not working. It's not working less than usual. So yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel this.
I'm also recovering from Comic-Con yesterday because I'm in pain. I had this whole plan to go to the gym this morning, and yesterday when I got home, I said to Ash, I was like, I don't think I'm going to the gym tomorrow. I'm in so much pain.
I had a whole plan to meet my best mate at the gym that we were both at for a swim, literally the day after I was with Smash last week. And I literally messaged her on the train, because by the time I got to Berwick, I knew it was a no. And I was like, I am so far from home, and I've still got to like pick up mum and dad, even though their flight was delayed by like 6 hours, so I had plenty of time. But I was like, no, this is just a no.
Oh, I just got a notification on Twitter, and I was like, what's this? And it's like, LSCC, day 2 is underway. Cool, I'm glad I'm not there. I will say, though, for anyone that has been to an event at Olympia, it's always really hot because glass ceilings. They had covers on them. Why have they never done that sooner? Like, yeah. But anyway. Hi, how is everyone? Also, if you hear my mum coughing, she's fine. So I'm going to carry on talking. I feel like I always have to say that now because I got called out for not checking in once, even though I live with her. I know she's okay.
Can attest. You've got two of us who can also say, yep.
Yeah. Not that I'm bitter. Like, it sounds horrible, but she is okay. So I'm not just ignoring her. I will every so often check in on her, but I don't have to. Hi, how is everyone? Surviving.
Ask me once I've had a cup of tea in the first one.
Yeah. Today I'll be listening to Star Wars: The Fallen Star by Claudia Gray. Yes. I really love the High Republic series. I am 2 books away from finishing, well, is it 2 or 3? 2 or 3 books away from finishing the adult stuff. And then I can move on to the YA stuff. I don't think I'm going to read the middle grade stuff because I don't think I'll enjoy that. But I've got all of the YA stuff now. So I'm excited to start that. Hello.
Hi, Abby.
Hi, I'm reading the Inheritance games and Tweak You. Oh my god, let me know what you think of the Inheritance games. I love that series so much.
Same.
I wish it was that. See, part of me does, because then I wouldn't have work the next day, but also I'm glad it's not Saturday because I wouldn't be here. I would be in Olympia at the other side of London. I don't want to do that again. Hey. Hey, how is everyone?
Yeah.
Hey, joining you from the back of the church. Nice. Nope, I'm also better on less sleep. I think it's because my body is so used to functioning on like 4 or 5 hours sleep, that anything more than 8.5, my body just goes into like, I'm going to give you a headache. Your brain's not going to work properly. So yeah. Over 10 hours was not good for my body. Hey, I'm reading the girl with all the gifts. Nice. I started running and somehow injured my legs. I had to stop exercising for like a week. I couldn't even dance. Sad times. Oh no. I know my limits now. So like, I know I overdid it yesterday from all the standing around because my knees and my hips were killing me. So yeah, I'm not gonna overdo it. I'll be fine tomorrow. I can go to the gym tomorrow. That's fine. But today is a no. I'll be reading The Family Remains by Lisa Jewell. Nice.
I read that as The Family Jewels by Lisa Remains, and I was like, that's a new one. Who's that? No, Tori. That is not what it says.
Hi all, and like Becca said, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah. Just really annoyed me that one time I got called out because I hadn't asked if she was okay. And I'm like, excuse me, I live with her. I know she's okay. So yeah, now I just like to preface it. What's everyone's plans for today?
I'm currently watching Squid Game, but that will probably go on pause. I hope it goes on pause because I didn't read anything yesterday. But I have Dating and Dragons, which I need to read, and I also have Problematic Summer Romance that I also need to read. So I've got two very I was going to say fun books, but I just mean like turn your brain off books.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to think.
It's very fair. Tori?
Fair. I sat in the wrong way. I started out on a limb yesterday. I don't know why I pick it up. I'm too bloody far away that you can't even see it anyway. I should know by now. I started out on a limb yesterday while I was driving. So I mean, I'm only 80 pages in, but I'm enjoying that so far. But I need to do meds because it's Sunday. And I have a pile of washing, so I'll probably listen to the audio of this. But I do want to read at least a volume of Inuyasha.
Nice.
But I think I'll listen to the audio while I potter and do the stuff I know. No, today's not working. The stuff I know I need to do.
Yeah.
And I have Anita yelling at me. That's why I keep muting myself. I think Rolo is standing between her and me, so she's yelling. Like it's the angry brother get out of my way yell. And I keep trying to yell at them both to come through so that she can follow, but no.
The cat I sent a picture of in the hot mess chat the other day, it came into the garden this morning and I instantly was like, nope, I'm closing this door because you don't want to come into this house. There is a dog here. And I like watched and waited and the cat disappeared and I had a look and we've reopened the door because the dryer's on, but I had a look and it's in the garden next door. I'm just like, oh, you're really cute, but can you please go away while the dog's here? Because I can't be dealing with her seeing the cat and start barking. I don't want to scare the cat. But yeah. My plans for today, I need to edit 2 videos and then I've got my buddy read pages of Dark Age. And then if I still have spoons to read after that, I've got The Gilded King, which is physical only, which sucks, but and also the writing's like quite small. I'm not like a big fan of the size of the writing, but it's fine. It's an indie book. That's why it's like that. But yeah, this book came out in 2018 and I've had it since then because the author was at Yelp. And I have not read it. So yeah, I've read one of the author's other books. Just didn't get to this one.
Sorry, I was dealing with the cat.
How dare you?
I know, because Eden's being a pain and literally being mean to me. As is always the case.
Yeah. Finally have my laptop back. I have a thing with in-laws in a bit, so I'll be off soon. Have fun. But also yay for laptop being back. Finished Squid Games the other day. Is it series 2 you're on at the moment?
Yeah, I never watched it before, and I just randomly had the urge to the other day and like binged the entirety of the first series in like a day, more or less. And yeah, I'm on like, oh no, I'm on season 3 now. Apparently, I've just looked and it says season 3, episode 1. Oh, that was a cliffhanger and a half to leave season 2 on. Jesus, yeah, apparently I'm on season 3 now. So basically,
Over
binged
the
that.
cliffhanger.
I basically binged that yesterday.
Good plan.
In first sprint, I'll be washing my hair. I hate washing my hair. It's so long. Yeah, that's fair. I originally was going to be washing my hair today because I was going to go to the gym, but now tomorrow is hair wash day.
I miss my short hair, man.
Hey, happy reading time. Oh, hi, Marlene. How are you liking Dark Age? I am enjoying it. There was a whole day's pages that were very intense because it was just war, war, war. But I am enjoying it, even if I'm annoyed they've changed the narrator for one of the characters.
Mhm.
And they have a different accent now. But yeah, I am enjoying it. Need to watch the latest series of Squid Games. I've never watched it, and I don't think it's my sort of show. Like, it looks great, but not for me.
It's fun, which is really messed up that it's fun because it's not. It shouldn't be fun.
Hello, I'm going to film in the first sprint, then Dark Age time, baby. I've never watched any Squid Games yet, but I still want to. That is fair.
I think it's worth it if you fancying it, because
Yeah.
I've put it off for ages because I was like, it's not my thing, and then like I just had the urge to, and it's really good.
You just
It
got the thumbs
recognised my
down.
thumbs down.
It always does. I'm just gonna like put my camera off so I don't get laughed at.
It does it when we're FaceTiming as well, and it's like, no, I'm not thumbs down.
It was more at your laptop than at you. Don't worry.
Why? Why do they need to change the narrators? It throws me off. I don't like it. Speaking of narrators, not of Dark Age though, Thea Guanzon posted a clip of the Tusk Love thing, and it's going to be really hard listening to Teddy Hamilton as Oscar because he's Adam Coulson. I'm not going to be able to unhear.
I would tell you that.
No, I know, but I heard the clip and I was like, no, because that's not Oscar. That's Adam Coulson. So it's going to really throw me off when I listen to the audiobook of Tusk Love when I reread it, because of course I'm going to reread it as soon as I possibly can.
I will do that because explanation. Becca was very, very upset that the 2 voice actors who play characters in Critical Role did not narrate it, and I was like, Travis Willingham is the CEO of Critical Role. He has a lot of things to do, and Laura Bailey does all of the merch. So unless you don't want shiny merch, maybe and they also are prolific voice actors in their own right, and are doing other things like the Mighty Nine acting, and then the Vox Machina season 4, and all of the other stuff that they probably have on. And Becca was like, I know, but I wanted it.
Logically, I know why they probably didn't, but it doesn't make me any sad.
See, I'm the opposite to Becca. Once I find an audio narrator that I like, for instance, Kristen Atherton has been one that I keep finding this year. I love re-listening to them because I know that I can speed it up and understand it, and they normally do really good voices. So, like, I prefer having the same voice actors for lots of shit.
It's not so much that, because yeah, I know he's a really good voice actor. It's that where I've listened to The Love Hypothesis so many times now, I only am going to hear him as Adam Coulson.
Yeah.
Like, if I just listened to it once and then listened to him in Tusk Love, it would have been fine. But I've listened to his voice as Adam Coulson so much that I can't unhear it now. So it's going to be really hard to.
I'm
But
attempting
I'm
to help
going to.
Rolo for context.
Huh?
I'm attempting to help Rolo. There we go.
Oh.
I'm going to get into the curtains. But I was trying to do it in such a way that it didn't blind you all. So you're welcome.
Appreciated. But yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to the audiobook because they're both good narrators, but it's just going to be tough to get my.
Tough.
It's going to be tough to get my brain to not think of Adam Carlson.
It's a good audiobook so far.
I had no doubt. Like I
You
still
did
love
have doubt. You fully were like, it's not going to be any good if it's not.
Yeah, that was because I
Lauren.
was just throwing a tantrum because it wasn't Laura and Travis. That
You
wasn't
were
the
fully
logical
like-
brain.
You were fully probably.
I'm in the office tomorrow for training, so I want to look my best. That's fair. It's a stressful watch. Oh no. Is Squid Game scary?
Scary's relative. I'm sorry to say that, but like I laugh at horror films, so to me, no, it's intense.
Yeah.
But I have like quite a high tolerance for scary, so I'm sorry, this is a very unhelpful answer. But like, yeah, because me and Becca find things completely different, like different variations of scary, and a lot of the times I don't find things scary. So
Yeah.
I'm probably a bad one to ask.
We have a Meg.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm really frozen.
You are frozen. Oh no.
Don't know what's happening.
Oh, no.
This was me pouting about Travis and Laura.
Yep.
That sounded weird. Laura and Travis. That sounds better.
I'm just gonna leave and restart my computer.
Okay. 3 minutes before sprints, my stepsister rocks up, so I'll have to see you on the other side. That's fair. Personally, I don't think it's scary. That's fair. I don't want to go on a sprint now because Meg will just come back and we'll just be on a sprint. Also, I'm going to attempt to make cookies. I've only made cookies like once or twice before, and they always come out slightly too crispy because I leave them in that like just slightly too long because I think they're not cooked enough, and I forget that as they're cooling down, they carry on like cooking for like a minute or so. So I always take them out too late, and then they just end up being too crispy. They're still edible, but yeah, I'm going to attempt to make cookies, and when I think they need a few more minutes, that's when they can come out.
Oh, cookies.
Hey, if they go well, you'll be getting cookies next week. I will
What's
make
next
more.
week? I want them now.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll just keep this comment on until Meg comes back. I was so sad for you when you said this in the Discord. It's so disappointing when you get cookies and they're not good.
I'm excited. I'm down at Vicky's next weekend again because Bobby's theatre group have a show on of Matilda.
Nice.
Well, it's Matilda Junior, so it's slightly shorter, but still. And we're ordering Cinnabons when I'm there, and I'm so excited.
Oh, I need Cinnabons.
We keep on saying we're going to go in.
Every single time I go, but like, there was one when I was in Florida, and I was like, oh my god, we need to go in there. And then we ended up going to the Hard Rock Cafe for lunch, and I ate far too much food there. And by the time we walked back past to go back to the hotel, I was like, no, I should have just got one to eat in the hotel later.
Yep.
But I was, you know, when you've eaten so much and your brain goes, no, you can't even look at food right now.
Yeah.
That's how much I'd eaten in Hard Rock Cafe because it's American portions and I didn't want to waste anything. And we also had 3 courses because, of course, we did. Why not? So yeah,
I also have pictures from the Hard Rock Cafe in Florida.
but yeah, and then there's one in, is it Newcastle? That there's one. Yeah, and we've been past it a couple of times, and it's been when we're going somewhere.
There's a new one up Stirling Way, so we can actually go into a shop rather than having it delivered. Like if we're coming here, then I've seen me order them before the girls get here. But Vicky and Bobby tend to actually go to the shop.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to Pia, which is hilarious because Pia doesn't actually eat them, but she picks them up for us all if she's with us.
Bless. That's friendship.
Yeah.
I was too. I'm not even a cookie snob like my boyfriend. That's even worse when you just like cookies in general and they're bad. We were going to go to the Cheesecake Factory and we didn't. We ended up going somewhere else, which sucks. I mean, the place we went to didn't suck. It was great, but still. Right. I'm actually going to go on a sprint. I feel bad because I bet you we're going to go on a sprint and Meg's going to come back and not be frozen. But not sure how long it'll take for her laptop to restart. So
I was thinking that.
Yeah. So we're just going to go on a sprint and I will let Meg know. Oh, no. I just heard. Hello. Are you for
Yay!
I literally was just saying, oh, we're going to go on a sprint because we don't know how long it'll take for the laptop to restart. And then as I put the timer on the screen, you popped up.
Yeah.
Hello.
Safari was not my friend, so Google Chrome is coming through for me.
I use Microsoft Edge. I don't know why everyone hates on it. Like, it works fine for me. Touchwood. Don't fail me now, please. Don't prove me wrong.
I think Microsoft Edge would be a strange one to just automatically open on a MacBook, and it's been nothing useless in a work setting.
Yeah, that's fair. It serves me pretty well.
I'm happy for you.
Hey, Meg. Perfect timing. Also, when you disappeared before, Kitty was like, "Hi, Meg," and then now, welcome back, Meg.
Thank you.
I have an IT update for you. Richie was literally walking past the door as we said this. Old Edge was shit. New Edge is based on Google Chrome, which is why it now works.
Maybe that's why I like it. Also,
that's the shorter non-IT version that I'm not repeating because I'll get it.
I'm just too lazy to download another browser when the one that I've already got.
Edge was like the number one thing that you used to download the actual download, like the browser that you wanted to use.
Yeah. I used to do that, but now I'm like, well, this one works fine. Like, I don't need another one.
I actually didn't realize it's because it's now using Chrome. I didn't realize that. But yeah, he just happened to walk past and like stick his head in, and normally he doesn't bother. He was like, I know the answer to this.
What are your plans for today, Meg?
Good question. I'm either going to like read Blood on Her Tongue, or I'm going to try and get my life together a little bit and like do some tidying and like organize my work bag for tomorrow. We will see what happens.
We'll see.
It's far too organized for me. Mine is
I'm out from like the morning until like I'm at like a social event after work until 8 with like some very fancy people, so I have to like put in effort to my appearance in the morning, so I don't have time to sort out then.
Yeah, no, mine is just going to be throw things in the morning, but I don't have to deal with that, so fair play.
Yeah.
A lot of lords and like dames and duchesses, not duchesses, there are no duchesses, I'm lying, but like a few dames.
This is so fair then.
Too fancy for me.
It's too fancy for me too.
I still giggle. Obviously, when you think of like hotel GMs, you think of them like being business suits. And I have literally got a polo shirt, jeans, and trainers as my uniform. And the amount of times that we go to like GM training shit, and I will literally rock up in a t-shirt that I'll have traveled with, because obviously I mostly got to travel to Newcastle. My jeans and my trainers, and just change my top, and they all look at me and I'm like, hey, if I've been told I can wear this in my hotel, it's what you're getting. Yeah. I'm like, stop taking extra shoes and extra trousers and like dresses and stuff, because I'm like, they're fine on a day-to-day basis. This is what they expect me to be in, so no, it's what they're getting.
Yeah. Right. On that note, we are going to go for a sprint. And I'll see you all in an hour. Hello.
Hey.
You.
I finished my episode of Squid Game and then I read like 40 pages of this.
Nice.
Meg.
I sorted some bits and pieces out for work, and then I don't know where I'm up to in Hold On for Tongue on audio, but I did some cross stitching whilst I started them.
Ori.
I sorted my meds, and I've taken said meds because the way I'd done them last week meant I didn't have this morning's, which wasn't helpful. But we've sorted it out. Jay has come in, so I had to pause the audio to say hi to Brand. And I got about 50 pages of my book read, but that means that next time I do have to move into the washing folding, which is like my least favorite. Well, no, it's not. I'd rather that than Hoover, but still, it's like down there at the bottom of my work to-do list. And it's like, I think Rich has, like, he caught up with it and it's always me that folds it, but I think there's probably about 4 loads there. You didn't plan this well, guys.
No. I edited a video. I've just got to edit my vlog now. Had lunch and I made the cookies. It's supposed to make 10 normal size cookies, but I couldn't be bothered to get the second tray out, so I just made 6 big cookies. They're really big cookies. Like, I will take a picture. They're just like cooling down at the moment, but I'll take a picture on the next sprint just to show you how big these cookies are. And I left them in a little bit longer because they're going to take a bit longer to cook. And I hope they come out okay. I hope. Hello, I scrolled. That's fair. I read 48 pages of the Book of Lost Hours. Nice. Had my shower and did my hair. I also got up to chapter 57 of Inheritance Games. Nice. Had lunch and read 36 pages. Nice. I should edit on the next sprint, but I think I'm going to do my buddy read pages of Dark Age and then edit my vlog. Break up the editing a little bit. I'll see how I feel when we start the next sprint. But yeah, also the cat decided to just stroll into our garden and was just looking into our kitchen from the pathway, and then Belle came out into the kitchen. I think I pulled a muscle in my leg with how quickly I moved to intercept Belle to stop her getting into the garden. So now the back door is closed. The cat's cute, but it needs to go away. Can't be dealing with this. It's not our cat. I don't know whose cat it is, but it needs to go away. But like, even when it saw Belle, it fully started to walk towards her. I was like, absolutely not. Go away. Go.
Yeah, they need to realize that maybe they have a dog at home, but not every dog knows about cats. And hell, I've got 2 cats and they're not good friends. So they have no sense of security.
But also, you don't go into the, like, clearly the cat can probably smell that's a dog's territory. An unfamiliar dog. Stop it.
I'm currently now very glad that I was at British Summertime on Friday and then yesterday, because it has just started absolutely dripping it down.
Yeah. Apparently, people that were queuing for LFCC today had to do it in the rain, but it didn't take as long today to get everyone in as it did yesterday, because I've been having a nose on the Facebook group. Apparently everyone was in by about 9:30 today, whereas yesterday there was still a queue outside at gone 11. I think it was 11:50 there was still a queue outside, which is insane. People missed photo shoots because of it. To be honest, though, if I had a photo shoot, I would have just gone up to the front and said, look, I've got this photo shoot. Can I just go in, please? Because not everyone that's going there has photo shoots or autographs today.
Yeah.
Some people are there just for the vibe and just for the market. So, but I feel like they should have like 2 queues, one for people that need to get in.
ASAP.
Yeah, because it's not like they can't prove it, that they will have a ticket for a photo shoot. So, but anyway, there's no point questioning LFCC because they never take feedback on. Or they do, but then they mess up something else.
Yeah.
They're great. So great. Had a chat with my stepsister. We're at my caravan site where she also owns a van. And Liz found out how strong my accent is not in comparison. We've now made lunch, pot noodle. Nice.
Solid one.
I'm sitting with my cool mask on because my head is banging. Oh no. I keep meaning to get one of those cool masks.
Oh my god, they're amazing. I have
keep
2.
forgetting.
So I have one that looks like a bad superhero, like offshoot, where you literally, when we all wear them, we look like superheroes because it's like you see the eye cutouts and you can do stuff, and it's good, but it's not as good as like the full head wrap.
Yeah.
So, like I think me, Andy, and Bobby all have like the full ones that come down over your cheekbones and they go all the way around and they're cool the whole way around. And both of mine stay in the fridge. So even though they're cool already, they are even colder. And honestly, normally within about 10-15 minutes, it's rescinded a little bit.
Yeah.
But I just got mine from Avon. It was like £8 from Avon.
I don't buy from Avon anymore. My mum used to be an Avon lady back in the day, and I used to buy so much, and now no one around here does it. And
yeah, all of the people I know that used to do it have stopped, but I got mine when one of my colleagues was doing it.
That's fair.
My mum still gets stuff from Avon, and every so often when I go home, I have like a nosy through the little box, and I'm like, oh. But
I used to love their makeup, but then it started they must have changed something in it because it's started reacting, and also I think they test on animals now, which they never used to, so I stopped using them for that as well. But
yeah,
also
I really like the like pressed powder and the lipsticks. Like I feel like I enjoyed them.
Like they definitely changed something in the ingredients because it started like bringing my face up really red. So I stopped using it like instantly. I was like, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. But even their like bubble buffs and shower gels and that started reacting to my skin, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a shame. I mean, Avon isn't the only thing that started doing that.
Yeah.
But most of my stuff was Avon, so I was like, oh, need to replace everything now. Yay.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Because it was so good. And one of my favourite perfumes back when I used to wear perfume, I don't anymore because it gets up my sinuses. But I used to love the Little Black Dress perfume.
Yes.
That perfume was so nice.
I hate when perfumes like disappear though. My favourite perfume used to be Cashmere from Next, and now it doesn't exist in perfume form. Like it's only like sprays and like room stuff. And I'm like, no, I would like a bottle of perfume. Or it's like really hard to find. I'm like, this is upsetting.
I did my bookshelves yesterday. I'm really happy with it.
They look pretty.
I will have a look on the next sprint. I keep hearing my phone buzz and I'm like, no, because I'll get distracted and I'm supposed to be hosting here. So I will look on the sprint. Cool masks are so good for headaches, migraines. I think I use the Cool and Soothe ones. I do need to get one. I keep seeing them pop up on like TikTok and that, but like I'm lazy.
My biggest hilarious side effect is that I never want to stop doing shit and like give the migraine the power.
Yeah.
But the easiest way for me to get rid of the migraine is to use the mask that fully covers my eyes, even for 10-15 minutes. And I know it works. But I never want to sit still in the darkness and do that, even though I know like I have a proven track record of like coming in this room because it's cooler down here than upstairs, lights out with that mask on for 15-30 minutes, I'm gonna be a heck of a lot better than I was.
Yeah.
But the part of me that doesn't want to give up and give in doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I am my own worst problem, and I am aware.
Look, at least you're self-aware. Right. We've still got like 4 minutes left, but I think we're just going to go on another sprint. I'm going to go check the cookies and take a picture of them. I feel like I need to have something next to them for scale. Just so that
My banana is
we don't have a banana. We don't have
book.
bananas.
You'll have a book.
Yeah, but all books are different sizes.
Generic paperback book, though.
Hmm?
We all know what a generic paperback size is.
Or a manga. We all know what like a
Yeah.
manga size is.
Or, right, I'll tell you what. I will put this pack of chewing gum, because
Okay.
everyone knows how big these are.
Um,
I will do that. And then, are these still in date? Oh, no, they're not in date. They're going to have to throw
Then
it
they're
away.
going in the bin.
Then they will go in the bin. Like, they're not even a little bit out of date. 23rd of September 2024.
I've seen worse.
I will say, I've not had any of these for a while. Like, they've just sat there, me thinking I would. And then, oh, they don't even look nice. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to use this for scale. And I will show you the picture when we come back from the sprint. Correct, Kitty. They are the worst. Right, I'll reset the timer. And I'll see you all in an hour. Hello.
Hi.
How did everyone do?
I read about 60 pages.
Nice.
I also ordered some snacky snacks because I had no sweet treats, and Becca was talking about cookies, and I was like, "How dare you!" So I got Greg's order in, and the hot chocolate brownies with the salt caramel dipping sauce are actually unreal. Very, very nice.
That sounds so good.
And yeah, played on my phone a bit.
Nice.
I put my washing on a spin, and then on the making, I made myself some tea, and I had continued listening to my audiobook and cross stitching. And I thought about getting a sweet treat, and then my audiobook got disgusting. So I pressed pause on the sweet treat.
I love that.
All right.
I have officially folded all of the washing. It's no
Nice.
longer just a pile that looks like it's going to fall off the sofa. Jay left, so I said bye to him, and I read 60-ish pages. So I'm almost at the 200-page mark.
Nice. Sorry, Bill just like moved, and I was like, "Are you okay?" But she just decided she was done laying on the floor, and she got back on the armchair.
There we go.
I sent the picture to the group chat of the cookies, the ridiculously big cookies, and then I read about half the pages I need to read today of Dark Age. There's some really gross bits that don't need that much description, thank you. And I did the washing up, and that was it. I am hungry, so I feel like in the next sprint I'm going to grab one of those cookies and hope they are nice. We'll see. Started a reread of The Final Empire and read 37 pages. Nice. I had lunch and read some more of Tweet Cute.
Well, I really like Tweet Cute.
Is it
no one's read
YA? Oh, see, I think that's the reason I didn't read it, because I found out about it as I was starting to move away from YA.
I think I read it during lockdown, so it was like peak I need to not think real thoughts time. So YA was a good
That's
vibe for
fair.
that.
I got 60 pages of love letters at the Borough Bookshop read. Sapphic contemporary romance? I'm listening. Tell me more. Also put a wash on. Nice. I read 67 pages. We're actually physically reading. I'm reading A Box Full of Murders, which is a mixed media middle grade. I did 54 pages that sprint. Nice. Yes, I'm enjoying it. It's a cute time. Yeah, I am not reading a cute book. It's definitely not a cute book. My other book is also not a cute book either. It's like vampires, and yeah, I don't know if I'm enjoying it or not.
No. What is it?
Sorry?
What
It's The
is it?
Gilded King by Josie Jaffrey. I have read a Josie Jaffrey book, like one of her more recent ones. I think it's her most recent series. I've read the first book. I really enjoyed it. But I'm not loving it. It's got the whole, I was saying to Ash last night about this. It's got the whole, the main character is not like other girls, and it literally says that in there. Like it literally says, and it's like, I don't think I'm better than them, but it's like they have been raised a certain way. Just because you think differently doesn't mean you're better than them. and I'm not vibing with it, but I don't want to give up yet because I've had this book for so long, and I like to support indie authors. But I'm struggling a little bit. We'll see.
That's fair.
Hmm?
That's fair. Do you know like when you're gonna call it? If you got like a cut-off
I
point?
don't know, because I'm like 80 odd pages in. I'm on page 84. That's what I got up to yesterday. I might give it until like the 150 mark because that's round about halfway. And if I'm still not vibing with it.
Maggie Stiefvater made a point at her talk for the listeners of saying that by page 16, you know if you're going to vibe. She
That
has a
doesn't-
whole pile of books apparently surrounding her office of different books that are page 16, and she stops and never picks them up. That's not how
Like,
low
one
I
takes-
like where I stop.
Yeah.
It was hilarious because the next day Vicky started a book, and in the middle of a coffee shop, she got to page 16 and went. And I was like, what? She's like, I hate this. And then she looked at the page counter and she's like, Anna, I'm on page 16. It was so funny because normally Vicky will like keep reading, and so will I. But
I feel like 16 is too few
yeah,
pages
see, it's
for me.
too few for me as well. But she says it's where she generally tends to stop.
Mine-
Like I can read 16 pages and not even realize I've
Yeah.
started reading yet. Like it doesn't take too
like,
long to
as
get
Cassandra Clare fans, that's not even a chapter.
Nope.
Like, got to get a few chapters in. Come on.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. But
Mine is
it's funny.
usually between 50 and 100 pages. There have
Well, it's either like page 2 and I've decided this is written horribly and I can't do this, or it's page like 50 to 100 where I'm like, okay, maybe
I
not.
just soft DNF'd one that I read like 125 pages, and I was like, no, I'm just getting angry at this book. And it's like,
which is fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to love it, and it was just no, it's not what it was sold to me as.
I think that the one I've DNF'd the quickest was page 9, and it was literally just because of the love interest's name. I was like, no, this is already giving me the ick just because of his name. I was like, I'm done. Bye bye.
Justice.
So yeah. But usually it's within like 50 to 100 pages is when I DNF. I DNF'd a book literally halfway through, and it was like a 500-page book, but that was because the trigger was triggering a bit too much. So I was like, don't think I should do this, but that wasn't on the book. I was enjoying the story until that. But yeah. That's why I fall out with Helen. How dare she? Helen? I'm confused. I'm confused. I do want to go back, but I don't want to cry. It's fair. I don't want to just DNF it though, because it's an indie author and I have liked one of her books before. I want to give it a decent amount because indie author. Also, I've had this book since like 2018, 2019. I don't want to just get rid of it. Sometimes from page 1 I know I'm going to like it. I feel like I can't decide that quickly because things could change drastically in the first few chapters.
So page 1 of the Chloe Gong book, These Violet Delights, I was like, oh, this is great. I love how this is written, having a great time. And that was like the prologue. Chapter 1 had a completely different writing style. And I was like, oh, okay. I've been confused.
I remember having
I did really enjoy the book, but like it had just such a different style of writing. And I was like, oh, I got myself really excited.
I remember having a conversation about this because I'd been writing my prologue and Lisa had said, I'll just write it at a complete, and I was like, no, that doesn't work. And we had the conversation about that because I was like, you want to prepare your readers to read the book they're expecting from the first page.
I wish I had DNF Damsel. Why does that book sound familiar?
Is it the one that the Millie Bobby Brown movie puts on?
I don't know.
Or is it different?
I'm not sure.
There's too many books nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, author of Vow and Ruin. Oh, okay. That's fair. Damsel sounds familiar. Have I read a book called Damsel? It's probably not the same one. Let's have a look. Have I read a book called Damsel? I can picture the one I'm thinking of is by Alana Kate Arnold. No, I haven't read it, but I think the arc came as like a bonus book in a fairy loot or something, or a book box club years ago, and then I just didn't read it. Which is hilarious because two of my friends from the same friendship group, one gave it a 1-star and one gave it a 4-star. How different is that? It's probably not the same one. There's loads of different books with the same name. Then there's a 3-star, a 4-star, a 2-star, 2 more 4 stars, and a 3-star. Wow, that is a mixed bag. I don't think I want to read this one, to be fair. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, noted. I will I will not read that. I mean, I unhauled the arc years ago without reading it, so I don't think I will. Don't think I will read it. I agree with the 1-star. But it just goes to show how different people's reading tastes are. Because there's some people that gave that like 4 stars.
Like someone decided it was with publishing.
Yeah.
So like,
right. Yeah, that one. Right. We are gonna go on another sprint.
I likely won't be here.
This is true. Yeah, because Helen will be there, and that's why I got really confused when I saw this comment, and I was like, "Why are you falling out with Ash's friend?"
Well, I will say, I think Helen's coming because I realised that I've not spoken to Anna about making dinner, so I'm assuming she's making dinner, and I'm assuming Helen's just assuming that as well. We'll see. Maybe I've got to feed myself. Who knows?
Oh no.
I'll be fine.
No, Kitty. They're not wrong. People just have different opinions. And yes, I am a hypocrite because there is... What is it that I've been saying? Oh, The Unbroken is just a bad book.
I agree.
But, yeah. Okay.
That's why it irritated me. Alexi Harrow was hyping up that author's new book on Instagram, and I was like, you can't get me excited about this because I've never felt so betrayed by a book before. So I was so excited for The Unbroken and hated it. I can't remember what their new book is called. I will find out for the next one. But like, if Alexi Harrow likes it, I was like, oh, let me look it up. And then I saw who the author was, and I was like, how could you do this to me?
Yeah. Yeah. I won't be reading anything about that author again, I don't think. But yeah. Okay.
But what is this?
Right, I'm going to reset the timer and I'll see you all except Ash in an hour. Hello. How did everyone do?
I got distracted to start with. I'm impressed it took me so long, to be fair, but it's fine. And then Rich came down and we were talking about the Kit Kats and we couldn't find Rollo, and then realized he hadn't moved from the window. And I opened this and kind of turned around, and he just kind of blinked up at me from his box as if to say, excuse you, I'm sleeping here. So that was cute. Rich has made soup because his dad's not feeling great this weekend. So he's put on our half of the pot to heat up. So at some point I get to go have tiger loaf and tatty and beef soup, and I'm excited. And I've hit the 200-page mark.
Nice.
I'm enjoying it. I was going to switch over to Inuyasha, but I think I'm just going to continue colouring in on my app and reading because I'm enjoying it.
That's fair. Meg?
I pretty much was listening to my audiobook and cross stitch. I did not move much of room to go to the bathroom.
Nice. I finished my body read pages for Dark Age.
That book is chunky.
Like, we've read this much. That's what we've got left, which is still...
How big page-wise is that book? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, in comparison to Oathbound, it looks bigger. But
Oh, it is. It is. It is 752 pages.
Another 100 pages on Oathbound, then. Got it.
But it feels longer. I don't know if that's because I have a physical copy of this book, whereas with Oathbound I didn't. I only had the audiobook. But yeah, like it is.
I'm really annoyed that I don't like the audio for Hellsbound.
Yeah.
Like, I'd have finished it by now if I was listening to it, but I've not had the time or inclination to sit down to read a 600-page book.
I was saying to Becca yesterday that I once again did the Amazing Readathon in June, which is always crazy. So it's like 10 book prompts, but they drop like every 3-ish days. And then you get sightseeing prompts that you can get like points for your team, like in the in-between. So you're constantly reading. Like, you don't realize how much you've read because you're trying to finish your books before the next book drops. And like, I also traveled 3 different times, like 3 hours away in June. So, I read a lot. But because of that, this last week, I have literally read 6 of my Nibblings non-fiction books about polar exploration and weird disasters. And like, they've been really interesting. And not funny, but funnily enough, the one I read last night was the anniversary of the Piper Alpha oil rig explosion, which is like the Aberdeen fire that sent like everything into health and safety spirals for working offshore. And it just so happened to be in the disaster book that I read yesterday, and it was the anniversary of it happening. And I was like, this is really randomly timed. Like, I couldn't have like timed that. But yeah, they're all sitting just behind the camera. They're like 50 pages maximum. And that's all I've read this week. And it's been so good to just not put the pressure on. But now I'm like, right, books now. I'm fed up of like, a paragraph on a page. Like, give me something.
Yeah, like this is the biggest book for this month. And then next month I get to read Lightbringer, which is going to be even bigger. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Oathbound and Gemina on my TBR this month, both of which are over 650.
Yeah,
but Gemina is like half the pages.
Yeah, because like most of the pages have hardly any text on them.
It's great. I reread Illuminate literally on the 29th and 30th of June. And I looked at the audiobook and it was literally like the same like length as a romance. And I was like, oh, I forgot about this. I was like, oh.
My issue with that is I can't listen to them as fast because there's so much going on that like they just stand out crazy.
Yeah, even though I probably could speed it up, I still just keep it at my normal. Like, I was dual reading as well, so I can normally read a bit faster. But I just sat for 2 days and just reread it because
I honestly think dual read it, like, doing both for Illuminate, I found much slower than doing one or the other, because like the bits that are just visual, you have to like pause the audiobooks, it's steaming ahead, and I'm like, no, I've not seen
Yeah.
this yet. Like my brain has not taken in the information
Yeah.
in this format.
I do find like the swirly pages easier with the audio though, because I remember the first time I read it, I'd been trying to figure out what order the swirly words went in. And like I'd read it down the way and I was like, that doesn't make sense. So I read it like 5 times trying to figure it out. But this time with the audio, I was like, oh, that's so much easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vicky was waiting for me to reread Illuminate so that I could buddy read the next two to hold them accountable to actually read it this year.
Yeah.
Because I had it on their 12 and 12 or whatever last year and they noped out. So I was like, right, come on, let's do it together. Because I reread it way back in like pandemic start of rereading type equivalent. So I was like, yeah, it's been 5 years. Let's go.
Yeah. I think I read them for the first time. It was before COVID, because I remember being in the office, and it was the office that the place I worked at before we started working from home because of COVID. And I remember sitting on my lunch break reading it and just like turning the book around and just like you know, when you can feel someone looking at you. I looked up and one of my colleagues was like, what are you doing? And I had to show them the page.
I
Yeah.
read them before I went to uni, because I remember the third one coming out, and my like flatmate, or like so in my first year of uni, I shared a room with someone, and like her parents came over to visit second year and brought me a copy of Obsidio because I had American hardcovers, and they knew that I really wanted to complete the set. So yeah, that was like my second year of uni. I finished them, and then I listened to Illuminate a lot as like my fall asleep audiobook for a little bit. And then I kept getting to the end of it, and there's a bit with like the little birdie, and I just woke up from being kind of asleep to that, and I was like, maybe I don't do this again. I'm feeling a smidge anxious now.
I also nearly finished editing my vlog in that sprint. I completely forgot about that. I've just got to edit yesterday's clip, which is me showing off the money I spent at Comic-Con. If I hadn't bought the Lego, it would have been such a cheap day.
Yeah, but the
The
Lego,
Lego
was
was
in
the
a
last
sale.
one and on sale. I couldn't not.
And as many hours of entertainment.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not going to do it yet because I have nowhere to display him, and I refuse to do it till I can display him because he deserves to be on show.
I sent a thing to Vicky, I think it was Vicky, Andy, Bobby yesterday, that was a Lego massive thing of the Titanic sinking.
I've seen that one.
And I was like, this is mental. How does this stay up? Like, my cats would walk into like the back bit of it and it would just...
I really want to do the Orient Express.
I would love to do Lego.
I want to do the Orient Express.
There's some really good ones.
Yeah. I would love to be a Legoer, but I think with 2 cats, especially who are both bitches in different ways.
Yeah. Probably
It's
best
not
if you don't.
I just give up on things, like not on purpose, but like I'll get distracted and not finish, and then it would drive Chloe insane because, but that would be rude because it would be my Lego.
I need to be pushed to try V Shrub's new book. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. It's so good. So good.
I was saying to Jem the other day that we should redo a Schwab live so that somebody makes me read it.
Do it. Or I will just message you every single day being like, have you started it yet? Have you started it yet? You'll get so sick of me, you will either block me or just read the book. And you're too nice to block me over something like that. You would just read the book.
Yeah. Although part of me would probably not want to read the book because you're telling me to read the book.
This is true. But also, it's so good. Toxic lesbian vampires.
I know it's sitting here, but I had like a TBR
I
that
want to
needed to
reread it.
happen.
be fair, I did read it back in like
I'm okay
March,
for it.
so rereading it now wouldn't be like too bad. It's been a few months. Kel read 25 pages. I read 40. Can you tell we got distracted? Just a little bit. 50 pages and had to help my friend with something. Gemini reads really quick. I think I finished it in 2 days. It does. You wouldn't expect a book that size to get through it so quickly. But it's...
I don't think I've ever not read one of those books in like one sitting.
Yeah. They're like so quick to read.
Illuminate did take me 2 days, but that's still very quick for a 600-page book.
I wish I could do audiobooks, but the only one I've successfully listened to fully was the To All the Boys series. That is a good series.
Illuminate was my first audiobook, which was a mistake because it's so good, but then other audiobooks are just like a step down.
Nevernight was
Yes.
my first one, which whilst I love that book, the narrator is so slow. And then I read the Spellslinger series and I was like, oh my God, no one's ever going to beat Jo Jameson. And I was correct to this day. Because that was like 7-8 years ago. And I still stand by Jo Jameson's the best narrator.
Do you want to know something funny, Becca? You know how I said I didn't like Jo Jameson Spellslinger? I think it might have been the names in the series now that I'm thinking about it, and I just didn't know what I was listening to because I didn't have the books at the same time. Because I have since realised he did the boyfriend husband material audiobook.
I was really confused when I started boyfriend material. I was like, this voice sounds... it's Jo Jameson. It's the realisation.
I was really confused. I started listening to a crappy romance audiobook and I was like, this is Steve West, but that is not the name that popped up when I clicked on it. And he has like a smutty romance alter ego called Shane East, which I think is really funny.
It's great.
I was like, this is 100% the same person. Like, I can tell you what Steve West sounds like. And it's this. Who is this man?
I mean, I will say, if it's not on my TBR, and the whole point of the Patreon buddy reads is books on my TBR, but if you wanted to suggest Bury Our Bones for next month, I could make an exception so everyone else can read it and I can reread it. Just saying. Correct, Liz. Correct.
Sorry. Rich was giving me food. I mean, I feel like one of the characters must be smart, right? Surely it counts for the August Rolo prompt. Just saying, you could reread it for...
I don't like
not
doing
technical.
rereads for Serious TBR-a-thon.
But it's not technically on your TBR though.
I will. It doesn't need to be anything. I will just reread it. Like, I'm okay with this.
At least, like, a spoiler for people who do series TBR, there's only 9 prompts in August. So it's one of the lower level, like, amounts of them. So fitting a bigger book on there might be more doable. Silly.
Make me stop.
Okay.
I find it hilarious, Tori, that you turned your camera off but not your mic then.
It was only about the soup. It's fine. But it's more I don't know. It's different if I'm in the study because he has to walk behind me to get to the door. But here I'm literally the furthest point from the door. So I don't even think you would really see him since the table that he's put the food on is like right there. But it's...
I don't know how I feel about Jo Jameson doing smart. I don't know if I want to, because I associate him with Spellslinger, which definitely does not have smart. I don't know how I feel about that.
This is how I felt about Steve West doing a smutty book. I was like, but you're like the Scorpio races and you have the flame and Strange Dreamer. This is not the vibe.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Obviously, everyone has to vote on it, but you can suggest it. The timer just went off, so I guess it's time. That was good time. This will be the last sprint. So let's do the sprint burner. And I will see you all in an hour. Hello. How did everyone do? I don't know why it put me on the bottom.
It reshuffled us at one point in the middle of the sprint.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it, and I thought one of you had like dropped out and come back in. But no, I was moved, and I was like, why have you moved me? Make it make sense.
How close to the end of this chapter am I, guys? This is the question. I got to page 262.
Nice.
So 60 pages, and I have half a page to go to the end of the chapter.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Oh dear.
It's like at the good bit, so it will just be getting continued.
Yeah. Nice. Meg?
I had a quick phone call with my mother, and then just continued switching and audiobooking. I don't have too much left of the book. I've got 36 minutes left.
Oh damn!
So
You're even closer than me. I've only got a few hours left.
How's the cross stitch going?
good.
Good.
I'm sort of trying to get enough colours in that I can figure out how much issue the bit I went wrong is going to be. If it's not an issue, then I can just carry on. Yeah, I can go.
Just do what I did and ignore it.
Yeah, I am going to ignore it. I just also need to know how that I don't want anything to be off center on the other side, so I just need to know how to
That's fair.
fix it. When Lisa was like, I'd forget, and I'm like, no, I've already decided.
Yeah, it's too much work. Absolutely not.
It's such a slow hobby that having to do what I've already done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I finished editing. Everything's done. I've put Wednesday's video up for early access on the Patreon, and I read 15 pages. I now know why it's called The Gilded King, which is good. It's progress.
Yeah.
But my issue is it goes between two different characters. So there's Julia's chapters and then there's Cameron's chapters, but they don't know each other. They're two very separate things. And I don't care about Cameron's chapters. I feel like they're not bringing anything to the story. So the next chapter I've got to read is a Cameron chapter, and I'm like, oh, I don't care. So yeah. And then Julia's just annoying me because she's not like other gals. I think this is going to be a DNF, but I'm determined to get a little bit further in before I make that decision.
One more chapter of each?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like it's callable now, to be fair.
So would I. I think I'd have called it if you were hating one character and you weren't interested in the other.
If this wasn't an indie book, I would have called it by now.
Yeah.
But I don't want to call it just yet. And especially since I've had it for so long.
But I think that's if it were an indie book that came out this year, then that would be different because it's more recent. The author's probably still pushing it, but the author's probably improved since 2018, 2019. It's probably.
I've read one of her newer books. It's great.
The indie book scene in 2018, 2019 was very different than it is now, so I don't think on indie publishing in general.
Yeah, and it's not a reflection on Josie Jeffrey because I've read Mayday. I need to read the sequel. I've got the ebook of the sequel, and this is me. I'm really bad at sequels, but I really loved Mayday, and I might have to reread Mayday before I read the second book though, because I genuinely can't remember much about it.
Can you hear him snoring?
All I can hear is my fan. No, it's not That Damsel. It's a different book.
I had no idea Evelyn Skies was the author of the one film we've done though. That's crazy.
I watched Criminal Minds. Yep, it's now time for Criminal Minds. She's watched all the NCISs up to date. All of Hawaii 5-0. Was there another one that you watched? Or was it just all the B movies that you were watching?
All the NCISs.
Yeah.
It's overtaken me now. I watched them all
That's
in the
hilarious.
just before the pandemic and then through the pandemic, but I caught up to the pandemic and haven't
Yeah.
watched post-pandemic, if that makes sense.
So you've got a fair bit to catch up on.
Yeah, because originally it was like they were coming out with, I think it was like 12 episode seasons, like, you know, like the equivalent of the writer strikes.
Yeah.
And they were coming out weekly, and I was like, I've just watched 15 seasons of 3 different ones interlinked. I'm not waiting every week. Like, this
Yeah.
is like, I binge. I am very aware of the fact that once I start something, I can't stop. So I was like, I'll just wait a bit, and I've never picked it back up because I fell back into reading just after I stopped watching it. So,
Yeah.
oops.
What cross stitch you doing?
It is a Bossy Threads kit that is called Candy Cane Shoe, maybe? I don't know if I have an image.
That's cute.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's very cute.
So I messed up like here, so now I need to make sure that this is all going in the right place.
Yeah. 50 pages for Kel and 60 pages for me. Heading out for a little walk after this so Kel doesn't fall asleep. That is very fair. No, I was so close to finishing the book. I got to the epilogue. Oh,
You don't
you've
need
got
that
this
long
thing.
left. You'll be
Yeah,
there
you-
soon.
As soon as we come off of here, you can finish it. I've already said it's
Yeah, this was
indie.
before, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Bless you. See, you saying that is making me not want to. I want to be stubborn. So you telling me to DNF a book is making me want to power through more and more and more. But I feel like my reward for finishing, or if I do decide to DNF this book, whichever I decide, will be to read the next volume of Dinosaur Sanctuary, because it is actually on my TBR. And I was going to read it on Friday when I got home from seeing the new Jurassic World and just have a dino day. But then I was tired after the fact I had to read my buddy read pages of Dark Age. And then I was like, no, I'm done reading for the day. Like, no.
I feel that.
So, yeah. So I want to read Volume 4 of Dinosaur Sanctuary. Especially after watching the new Jurassic World, because it's so good. So good. But yeah. Doing a big Beauty and the Beast one. I am
Like Thomas Kincaid big.
I'm so close to being done with the Winnie the Pooh one. The final character. Obviously, I've still got like the flowers and grass to do, but the final character, I've only got to do the backstitch on it.
Yes.
So I might try and do the backstitch tonight. But I've now got all of the stuff I need for my next one, which is my Critical Role one. Which I'm really excited to do this. And there's like hardly any backstitch, which is the best thing ever. So yeah.
There's so much backstitch on this one that they gave me a separate paper pattern so that the backstitch was clear.
Oh damn.
Because they were like, if we put it on the regular one, you're not going to know what you're supposed to stitch.
Oh
So
damn.
they gave me 2 sets of patterns, and one of them has all of the backstitch. Not that I should show you, because it's a pattern that you have to pay for, and I'm just slapping it on the internet, but it's fine.
No kitty. I will not.
I love the next 3 comments that follow this.
Yeah. My boyfriend just said I'm doing a you, I'm stubborn too. See? Don't be a hypocrite, kitty.
This is like me with you telling me to do Bury, though. Like, if you tell me, I will pick up anything other than it.
It's me when I set myself
Well,
out to be out.
Mhm.
Your brain just goes, nope.
Yeah. Like, it was different for, like, the Mass-along and Schwab-along because that was with a live show. Like, that wasn't, like, I'd agreed to do that. It was me
Okay.
doing it to myself.
So Bury Our Bones needs to win the vote for August for my Patreon buddy read. And I've got to do a live show, not a spoiler vlog. Noted. Okay, cool. Noted.
I love it. Becca's like, anything to make Tori read this book. Cool.
Yeah. Like, I want everyone to read this book. I loved
To be
it.
fair, it is one of the books I'm considering for August because it's like the only non-Schwab book that I haven't read. So although it's not like a series book, it's an author, like,
You'd catch up on the author's backlist.
because there's a few that now that I'm up to date, I like to try and keep them up to date because otherwise I will re-fall down the same hole that I was in and end up with like a year's worth of books. I am well aware of myself.
Okay, you are correct. However, this is a really short book and I'm already this far into it. So,
It's not like it's the same length as Dark Age.
Exactly.
What if we told you to carry on reading it? We're like, no, you're right. You should definitely continue.
And see, that reverse psychology wouldn't work because I want to carry on reading it and giving it a go. So even saying to me, yeah, fine, carry on reading it. It's not. I'm like, okay.
I love brains, man.
Kind of hate mine sometimes.
Right. All of the time, I ask my brain why we're doing what we're doing.
Right, I'm gonna wrap the sprints up there because I just noticed the time and I need to go cook dinner. So I'm really hungry. I did try a little bit of the cookie. I think the bigger ones haven't cooked as well, but if I just shove them in a bowl with some ice cream, it'll be great.
I have cookie ice cream in my freezer, actually.
Nice.
My soup was lovely. As a random aside, I messaged Rich and I was like, thanks for feeding me. It's like, it's all gone.
Need to go cook. I'm not excited.
Right. I could be that in another book, but this is also the only physical only book other than my manga I've got. And my manga is going to take me like half an hour to read. So
it's done. It's fine.
Like, it's fine. On that note, we're going to wrap the sprints up. I will be doing sprints next Sunday. I wasn't going to because Ash will be here, but I'm going to do sprints because I haven't been doing them every week.
I am in Stirling next Sunday, so I definitely will not be here next week. I will not just be forgetting. I will genuinely not be here.
That is fair. But thank you everyone for joining, and I'll see you next time. Bye.